Well, good morning, I think. Good morning. Well, that worked out amazingly well. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my live trading journal. I started an hour late here to try and identify definitely whether there's this big lag with IRT or not, and it is confirmed that there is. So I'm going to stop worrying about it until I have a solution. Obviously, the market is up to no good here. We've got about a 30 handle IB. I guess I should start from the top. This is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that everything I capture on my primary monitors which are this book map and IRT, are provide the video, and then my voiceover provides the what I was thinking at that moment. So it makes a complete journal, complete, transparent, fully accountable recording or history. And I have a commitment to never take a trade off of the live stream. All trades that I ever take are live, real-time, recorded forever for complete transparency and accountability. My primary execution tool is Bookmap here, and IRT is more for charting and backtesting, developing strategies, especially now that it can't keep up with the data that's happening. These big lags that continue. We still have I've restarted once already, and we still have an 8-second lag on the MES. So it's just unusable it would be unusable for trading. So there's that. Okay. Having said that, I only trade live. I only trade statistically verified setups to have a positive expectancy, which I did that homework for, and anybody else. The purpose of this stream is definitely not for trade or financial advice. And there's a disclaimer in the description, so please read that. Yeah, I'm kind of on my back foot here because it's already 9 o'clock and we've already had the open. The IB is half formed and it's already 30 handles, so that's a lot of fun. Let me see what's going on here. I'm just trying to, I just kept everything off and rescheduled everything for 1 hour later this morning, so I've got quite a few things to. This will be a real, this would be a pretty goofy stream. To make sure I've got everything set up here. Yeah, that's correct. Why that's not working right, I don't know. Yeah, this is frustrating. "13 seconds lag. Jesus. Okay, well, IRT is just, I've done everything I can possibly think of to do, and AI also. So I guess there's nothing left. Really disappointing. All right. Anyway, let's move onward and upward. We've got the orbs. We've got the percentages for the edgeful data. That's good. The IB trade that I have been working on now, it's pretty wide here, so that's a little concerning. At a point, the risk becomes excessive, right? When these when these zones are 8 or 9, 10 handles wide, well, if you're going to have two of them, 20 handles, is that enough? Is that too much risk? You know, that's 80 ticks. So that's something to be dealt with. For example, if I use my, wherever it went, if I use the multi brackets, I've only got a 24 tick stop. No, that's 48 ticks on 2 contracts, not 80. So that's half, you know. That's I have to really get my head around the risk here with these wide swings, and also keep an eye on everything else that's happening. Disappointing, I'll tell you, damn disappointing. The reason for the delay this morning was just to identify if OBS and the stream was putting too much stress, which even though everybody, you know, including AI and everybody else, and my logic says isn't the case. It's just a fact that IRT, which is single threading, even if it's prioritized for the CPU and everything else, just can't keep up with the data. So, and I tried this fast market thing yesterday, and that was a freaking disaster. I did nothing except slow down things worse. So, all right, onward and upward here. We've got another 25 minutes till the IB sets, such as it is. Let's get on to the process as normal here. Let's look for the IB now, in case we don't know what that is. The initial balance is the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, and it is the most probable statistic every day. Here's our open today. Here we are. And you notice that the IB is, this initial balance is the most prominent statistic. So that's why I've started working with that from the top down. Today, there's a 97% probability that they will both be achieved, that one or the other will be achieved within the first, within the balance of the RTH trading session. Sorry, I'm preoccupied. Well, this is just irritating, I'll tell you. It's so disappointing. There was no news out today at all. The earnings is starting heating up. Tomorrow is going to be a big day. Both Google's and Tesla are tomorrow. So that's going to be a big earnings story. Nothing much today, but tomorrow. Alphabet, Tesla, Philip Morris, Texas Instruments, AT&T, these are all lesser, but the two Alphabets and Tesla first thing out tomorrow is, and they're all after the close. This half moon means after the market. That little sun down there is before the market. Kind of didn't do any of the usual pre-market stuff, but what are you gonna do? Shoot me. Nothing today. This is today's economic calendar. So that's why I thought it was a good day to just glaze over it. Here we have the Trump greets the Lebanese president at 10. So there's going to be a microphone moment we should be aware of. And Kane and Hegseth speak. I don't think that particularly has a lot of, I don't know that Hegseth, I don't believe I've ever noticed it. That's been much of a market impetus, but maybe. Okay. I'm pretty disappointed about everything in general here today. So that's where I'm at. Anyway, this is my virtual trading journal. Everything that I see here is captured on these two primary monitors visually, and then my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking. So the recording is and the journal is complete, and it's much more in depth, accurate, and factual than could possibly be if I were doing screen snaps and typing. Number one. And number two, what that does is free me up to focus 100% on the market, which is the idea. So, Blue Boy here is the first print of every session. I put this indicator, which is just a vertical line. It's nothing big, no big deal. So that the concept is this column right here is the active data column. This is live right here, right now. This is the market inside. If I have the Blue Boy over here and I can glance left and see it, I know without any question of a doubt that this is the full context so far of the RTH trading session. Here's what the POC has done, VWAPs, mid, everything. So that's the idea, and let's see how it works, plays out. What else? I feel so funny not being streaming after all this time of always being on stream. Anyway, now with moving on to vetted trades and only taking trades which have a pre-identified expectancy identified by me. The way I do it and have done it is this was from the restart here, excuse me. Let me get rid of a couple of these things. Is to build over here a trading system in IRT. This is IRT. And then have the computer back test and forward test this. This chart has no part or parcel to the trading system. But it does accurately identify the rules by these lines, these indicators, which are here for the trades, and it graphically displays any trades the computer takes because it's been sent to the chart. Now, that's just so I can see things are happening, what, when, and where I think they should, My goal is because I believe that trading is a statistical business, and you need to have pre-identified statistical edge or expectancy for setups, and then you take them when they present in the live market, and that gives or allows the law of large numbers to manifest the profit or that expectancy to your bank account. It's the business model of all the successful traders in the world, Renaissance technology and everybody else, and also the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. So it's not something I dreamed up. It's a proven fact. Anyway, moving on. Any trades the computer takes forward testing over here are in the IRT simulated environment. Obviously, I'm not going to be trying to test or figure out something and have it trading live market. That would be pretty stupid, wouldn't it? That would not be good risk management. This is the one trade. This is the current trade that's going on, and it's going to be all crazy here too. Got to change a few of these things around. these are various different ideas I've tried to vet. Now, this is the IB approach from Edgeful. High, low, and the zones. And you'll notice these zones over here are pushed over here. And here's the zones. There's the IB low, IB high, and the zones. So that's what I'm doing at this moment. All right, where am I now? So we're fast approaching the IB. Oh yes, I guess I better keep going here. So this is an Edgeful. Let me get back to the original. What I was talking about, where I was going with this is, I'm not a code guy. So for me to develop this took a long time. And my goal is not to be, I mean, there's nothing wrong with being a IRT code warrior, but that's not my goal. My goal is consistently profitable trading. And if I'm spending all my time and effort, figuring out how to trade up something just to backtest and forward test, that doesn't make a lot of sense or a good use of time, I don't think. So what I've done is started leaning on another tool called Edgeful, which is this. It's just for the purpose of determining probabilities and statistics around trading data. And this is some kind of crazy crap going on here. Look at this. Look at the price action here. What is this all about? Who said what, huh? And it's way wider than, if I have this screwed down to 1 point high, it's $1.75 now. I would not be able to even have the market on the screen. So get back to the Edgeful. So the idea with Edgeful, there's a whole lot of reporting and a whole lot of functionality here, but at this point in the morning, I'm down to the initial balance stuff, which is the first trade I'm looking for. And let's look at the first one, which is by weekday. First, you've got to make sure you've got the right instrument, the right periodicity, that the customization has been set properly. And it is. I did this while I was waiting for the the stream to start, watching IRT following its ass. That's frustrating. This is Tuesday. Here's the different days of the week. See how it changes? Amazing, huh? So this is Tuesday. 68% probability we'll have a single breakout, 28% will have a double, and 4% will have no breakout. The next line or filter down is the rejection, and that's based on, again, with the custom stuff, make sure that's correct, based on which of the IB levels formed first. Well, because the IB started while I was off the stream, I can tell you that the first level looks to me like over here. Here's the first print, right? And here's the open. So the high was formed first. Now it's going to be taken out, well, almost taken out right there, which would turn the data around. And the quickest way to figure that out is part and parcel of a subscription with Edgeful is a whole bunch of trading view indicators here, which invite only from Edgeful, including the sessions, the IB. And remember when I said I thought it was the IB formed first? Well, there you are. There's the first level. There's the second. Now, if price comes up through here and puts in a new high, all of a sudden goes around. This red line is just a bias. It's called the continuation candle. That's just a bias. It gives you the bias for the session so far. There's where we open, and here's where we're trading. Its bias right now is down, if you want to listen to that. And this is the IB low, the IB high, and these are the zones. And you see right now that we have a 25-point IB. These lines are the IB high and low, which I have not fixed yet from this algorithm that I put together just over the weekend for fun, basically. And that's how it back tests and, and all that. I have never used TradingView before, so this is all a learning experience and pretty interesting, actually. It's quite a nice program. Compared to the drama I'm having with IRT right now, Jesus Christ. So there you are. So we do, we're correct in the IB high forming first. So let's get back to the business at hand. So the IB high is formed first. That's right up here. It's the correct instrument. It's the correct periodicity. It's the correct, IB. Make sure those things are all right. And now look at maybe get some more months. How many? You see, here's a real important thing. There are only 26 instances. Looking back 6 months, which is about right because this is filtered. Oh, look here, days to use. I got to change the custom filter. See that? It isn't Monday, it's Tuesday. All days, okay, that part's right. Now let's get back to this now. See what happened. Oh, look at the difference. So on Tuesday, we have 12 and 13 is 25 occurrences in 6 months. That's about right, because if you stop and think about it, there are only more or less 52 Tuesdays in a year. So let's get some more data, because it's not statistically significant, I don't believe. Stayed pretty much the same, huh? So that's a good thing. All right. Now we've got, 100 or plus. Okay. So based on this data, on a Tuesday, without any of these other additional filters applied yet, on the MES, looking back 2 years on the cash market, with the high formed first, there's a 77% probability that we're going to form the IB low. And remember, in the next 5 minutes, it's already 9:25, but before the IB sets, if the data turns around and the IB high is taken out currently, then the low will be formed first. It's just that simple. It's math, and that's why I like this. Hey, Mom? Okay, and we're just about ready to do it. You see this? If they pop up through the top here, ooh, wrong screen. If they pop up through this level right here, come up to this big resting liquidity, all of a sudden, by even one tick, this will change the dynamic, and the low will have been formed first. And remember, this is a 25, 27, whatever the hell it is, wide handle on the IB here. Wide. These markets are crazier than crap. I'm telling you, I've been trying to focus or trying to develop. That's why I've been doing this. Here we go. Sure as the damn world. One more push and it's going to change the whole thing around. And what would you do right now? First of all, if it closes up here, the closing zone is going to be the maximum. I'll explain that in a second and see if they can get it closed where the IB says. If they can punch it before the IB said. Yep, there they go. So now we go back over here, and in case you don't. What the hell? Oh, Jesus, IRT. God. Gosh darn. And the lags, oh yeah, 17 seconds. Well, where's the bottle? I'd rather have a bottle in front of me than in front of the bottom of me. Is that how it goes? So here we are. You see, we just pushed up a new high, exceeded this. So now all of a sudden the low is the first level formed. And as soon as we close the IB, which is in another 2 minutes, a minute and a half, all of this will flesh out and you'll be able to see it right up here. There's also another couple of tools. I mean, there's a lot of, I embarrassingly, hey Anton, what's up? My brother. I did an experiment today where I delayed the stream an hour, kept OBS completely off to see what happened on the open, and IRT fell on its ass just like always. So I spent all weekend with, reading, studying, AIing, and changing configurations and stuff in the background to point IRT specific, prioritize it to the CPU and all that kind of crap. And it's IRT, obviously. So I'm going to just shut up about it now. But I was just wrapping up with the IB is just now setting, and instantly at this last moment in time, we changed the configuration around from the high, which had been applied first, to the low, and now the IB will set as it did, and there's the low that was formed first, and there's 28, well, essentially 29 handle IB. So there we go. And this piece of crap can't keep going. It's got a 20-second lags. I've already restarted it once and done all kinds of things. I'm really disappointed, because I just don't know if I have the horsepower or the desire to start over with some news charting. Anyway, enough of that depressing news. Let's get back to the hedgeful now. So what we did was we suddenly flipped to an IB high first. Now we need to change the customization. So because of where we changed at the very last moment, the ending zone is 0 to 24%, trust me. And I didn't look to see what the damn zone IB was. 38, okay. I'm looking right here, 0.38. And I'll be honest with you, as always. I have yet to send those guys I've yet to send them support a question, what the hell, a percent of what? I'm assuming it's percent of the ATR, but what's the look back, all that stuff. Anyway, here we go. So now we have the IB size set. We have the IB ending zone determined, and that's real easy. I'll go through that quickly. The closing price of the last candle, which is right here, before the IB sets. In other words, the last closing price within the IB zone determines the ending zone. And the way you do them is the percentages are assigned opposite the first level formed. 0 to 25%, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100. That simple. That's why I knew without any question that this was 0 to 25%. There you go. And that's what I've got right there. Now, so we have this in place. The low was formed first. We got 100% probability. We're going to take the IB high, which we've already done. Yep. Which we've already taken. And now I got to get my finger out of my ass and start making sure I've got the retracement figured out. Because that's going to be pretty quick here if I'm not careful. And I got to set up the custom stuff. So we've got a any size IB. And we've got a Monday, no, and it's a Tuesday, and we have no ending zone up here. Is that right? I guess not. No. Okay, so we have a 50% now with that. By changing it to Tuesday and changing the endings or the IB size, it's now come down to a 50% probability on 2 years data in the MES that we will retrace to the 25% and 20% will retrace to the 50. What does that mean? It means that we took the IB high. There's a 50% probability we will retrace to this 25% level. And there's another only 20% will get down here to the 50. So let's see what happens. My typical reaction would be to have an entry poised down here at the 25%, targeting the breakout. But look at this data. Why is this doing this? And maybe because it's only 50%, I should have targeted my entry down here. That's the problem. I think, something that I need to be able to, that I need to look into. I was focused on trying to get IRT ironed out this weekend, but that's over with now. I think I can add more zones and further refine that. I hope you can't hear all the chainsaws going on. Somebody's doing something to trees, which first of all pisses me off because I don't like people that cut down trees, and second of all, it's noisy. All right, and welcome to the stream, whoever you are out there, 4 people watching now. Like and subscribe, of course. If you don't want to do either of those, send money. That always works. And then if all else fails, drop something in the chat so Anton and I aren't just, listening to the crickets over here. It is Central Standard Time, 9:35. I delayed the stream trying to identify something, which I did, and there you go. So here we are. The low was formed first. Yes, we took out the high was broken. So you see, here we are. Oh, and the system now has taken a long here because of the way I designed it with a percentage waffle going on around here. This is just something. I mean, I've just playing with this trading view because I've never used it before, and this is a algorithm that I monkeyed with over the weekend, and I can do a bunch of different stuff with it. It doesn't go anywhere. I hope. I can't hear. Well, let's see here. That's pretty disappointing. I'm definitely talking. Oh, man. Well, that sucks. Oh, I'm sick. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Jesus, it's been a real weird morning, I tell you. Good. I have filters. When I set up this OBS a long time ago, I spent a lot of time trying to figure that out to make the experience as good as possible, and yeah. Okay, good. Oh man. Well, I hope the storm doesn't go your way or come our way and goes blowing up, and I don't wish it on anybody else, but now this thing is forming right up under the panhandle, and the way they're drawing the picture, it's going to go right along the coast, which I don't understand, because typically when one side of it, especially the developing side to the right, gets on land, it breaks apart, but I don't know what's going on. I give up. Well, there's our 25%. So now the system is, what's going on here now? And this is probably the spot to do the long, but I really wonder if this market is right for it. And I'm thinking about how wide these levels are. And all that has to happen is Einstein has to come out and say something, and then all hell breaks loose. But I'm sick of not doing anything here. This standing around for days at a time, not doing any trading, is getting real freaking irritating. Let's see if it comes down and takes this. I don't know what to think about these situations. I don't know how much to lean on that data in this environment. Let's see if I'm even on the right page over here. I think I'll put an entry right here at this level and see if we get under it. Well, that's the open. Okay, we're fussing around over the open over here. It looks like IRT doesn't have any lags now, which maybe is a miracle. I might have missed it, I guess. Damn. So we have a 50 or whatever it was, 60 or something % probability to get here, and only a 23 to get down to the 50 line. I would guess that a long right in here might be right in this low volume. Ooh, look at this come. Now we're going to sell off. Yeah. I don't think this market is making any sense. Any sense. What have we got? We got a B-shaped profile. Am I going to put an order down here or put it down here at the head? POC is still above us, or below us, I mean. I don't know what to tell you. Well, I know what to say. Yes, I know exactly. And it just occurred to me. I've got to get all this other crap out of my mind and be focusing on trading. The approach today, remember that the probability from Edgeful is 50 or 60, whatever the hell. Let me stop backing it up. It's 50% probability that we're going to take the IB25 and only 20 we're going to get to the 50, right? So the way to approach that is, rather than looking for the comeback and the breakout as I'm doing now, here's the IB failure. And that's an old, well-proven statistic and setup that I've used, and it's one of the ones that's coded in my older IB. With the wide IB that we have here, that's the trade, right? It's mean reversion rather than down here breakout. So I screwed up big time. Okay. And maybe it's going to turn around and work out the other way also. One thing I'm not going to do is go short or long right here in the middle. This was, I have to start being way more conscious and get all this other accessorial BS out of my brain. And that's it's working out pretty snazzy. 10 points right there. I hope somebody got it. Go figure. Go figure. I just moved the mouse or try to scroll in and it automatically jumps up to 8-second lag. Now comes the monkey boy thing, right? So is this another IB failure and a short? This is where one of my paralytic problems where I start to paralysis by analysis, you know. But this, I think, was clearly the right idea in this kind of a day, was to, well, there's a couple of them in hindsight, right? The rearview mirror is always such a snazzy thing to use, but opening swing, ba-ding, ba-dong. What is this? Well, it tests down here, they come down, they don't test again, so that's your long. This is not anything I saw, talked about, did, anything else, but there you are. No problem all the way to the top. Again, can't do it. Up here, I break the IB, come up here. This is an old, well, look at this shit. Oh, sorry, look at this stuff. Now, what's this about? Who said what? Trump's going to give away something, or... RT's not even moving. 19-second lag. Instantly 21-second lag over there. 22 on that bump. Well. I have no idea what caused that. I'm assuming news. Let's see, what kind of news? Oh, they hit our radar, and the Iran hits the radar. Wait a minute, this is 9:48. Yeah, so Iran hits the U.S. radar, Jabbar or Bear in Kuwait, and the market goes up. Oh, that's a good idea. And at 10 o'clock, Einstein is going to, Agent Orange is going to greet the Lebanese president. That's a good reason for the market to go zooming up. I don't know what to do. What do we have in the bigger picture? Well, we have higher lows and higher highs. So the market is in an uptrend so far in this session. Keep testing the IB high, keep falling down. And the pullback and the breakout was between 50 and another 23. So this was it. This was the place. I was looking at this little guy right up here, but this was it. You know, right around this low volume area, just above the mids. Would have been the normal entry for my thing. I'm going to have to see about how I can refine that better. Yeah, and welcome to the stream, as I think I said before. My virtual trading journal, everything this is by no means my way or the highway. It is just what I'm doing right here, right now, and completely transparent, with complete transparency and accountability. And any comments or suggestions or here, this is what I do to make $1 million. Let me know. I'm very appreciative. Anton came up with this. I shared his hedge idea. I keep trying to backtrade that now that I've stopped doing the Globex thing, and it's it still doesn't come right. granted, back testing and all that, it's just, I haven't got it worked out to how to unwind it. Obviously, setting it up and getting in it works super, but after that, then what? That's the part I don't know yet. I have no place to go today, so no interruptions. Tomorrow is at 4 o'clock in the morning, so the only interruption I will have then is about 2:30. Suppose, we'll see for the pickup tomorrow, and then nothing on Friday. Or no. Then there is a late one, 9:30, and then 1:30 again on Thursday. And I'm really disappointed about this flipping IRT thing. I've been using that piece of crap since 2015. Well, not a piece of crap, but it's just, I guess it just reached a point where the volume of data is just too much for, according to the AI thing, all my computer specs and all that stuff should be no problem at all for this thing. I guess the only thing I could try as a last resort is have everything off, The problem with Bookmap is you can't pause it to stop taking in data. It's either running or it's not live, so I would have to shut it off in order to just have IRT running and see if it can handle the data. My guess is it cannot. I wonder if I could create a window in IRT or a tab that doesn't have anything going on except just a regular, no data export of session levels or any of that stuff, and see if the damn thing will just, plot and keep up. One of the biggest, I did determine that the biggest or the heaviest recalc is the session prices. You can actually, oops, that's not it. Come on. You can actually show, where did show go? Calc stats. These are milliseconds. Session price is 200 milliseconds. And I've got this, pushed way out so it doesn't recalculate very many times. And what is this stuff? These are the recalc millisecond times for all of these indicators. Six-second load on the NQ on this chart right here. Well, there's a hell of a lot of data coming down the pipe on the NQs, that's for sure. So shorting up here would be counter trend, which I don't think is a good idea. except it's making money. except the IB failure's working out. It hasn't gotten even close to the POC yet, but. And what do we have? What do we have over here? Now this is that system that is just I built for fun, just to see if I could. So here's the entry. Buy two right there. On the close of this one, right? Open here. And then these are the targets. And the stops down here. Well, who in the hell? I'm not gonna. We got seven and change handles here, so we got 7, 14, 21 handles times 4. Stop. That's way crazy risk as far as I'm dealing with. What is this? And this is the stop right here. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's not so bad. I was thinking it was at the lows. I can change that around. Again, just playing here. Pretending I know what I'm doing. Yeah, I mentioned something in there yesterday about if anybody was having trouble with the spikes and has anybody switched off and all this. I mentioned something on Sunday, I think, about changing to IRT or to Sierra charts because they have the capability to push all those levels. But god damn, it's just two different data sources. You got to use Denali. You can't use Rhythmic, so that means I've got to have Rhythmic. If I want to continue to use Bookmap, I have to have Rhythmic, DT, and IQ feed, and Denali was, it's like, it's just overwhelming. And stop and think about it, if you were trying to execute and trade with IRT, what the hell would you do? You'd be SOL. It's yeah. I may just have to make an announcement at one point in the Traders Lab that Tom or somebody better pick up, pushing the session prices to everybody, because I'm going to give it up. As long as I have IRT up, I'll keep doing that. But that's the main hook. I use them myself, obviously, over here on Bookmap. But I already have some code. Well, I'm not going to use. I don't think I'm going to use the air chart. And you cannot use Denali with Bookmap. So there you go. Look at all this crazy price action. Or crazy looking to me. My big screw. I'm becoming more and more intent on just focusing my trading strictly into the RTH1 session, which ends about 11 o'clock or so. Keep the stream going, of course, but after that, I don't know about opportunities or my ability to focus. I don't know what's wrong, but I got to do something, and I got to do it quick. here. So we're mean reverting, I guess. I have too many, I don't know what, preconceived concepts or whatever, however you want to describe it. I don't know how to say it exactly. Biases, maybe is the best way, you know. I definitely have an aversion to trading against the context. Well, so far that's what's been, unless you got long down here in the direction of the market, these IB failures are all counter contacts, and they're winning. I suppose you could make a case that this pullback was in the direction, and that would have been a good amount of points, 20 to something or another. Just, you know, might as well. That's only 20, 30, only 60. Now, of course, what happens is then I analyze all of this, and then I don't know whether it's a sub-function of fear of missing out, or FOMO, or monkey boy, or something else. And then if you get long, so I go, okay, I'm going to go in the direction of contact, get long here, and then it falls out of bed and goes out the back end, out at the bottom end. I don't know. We're still, you know, nothing has changed in the POC or the mid or the VWAPs, so that's something to remember, I think. And welcome to the stream, whoever you are there. Drop something in the chat for where you are, who you are, what you think, what you don't think. I'm crazy, I'm great, whatever. Music sucks, I don't, you know, something. Well, there we have a full session VPOC migration. Not the RTH, though. $10 o'clock. That always seems to be a I guess they've gotten a lot of their business done by now. I guess. Yeah, my RT definitely can't with anything. It doesn't. It'll go into a lag when I move the mouse. Watch this. See, it's not responding very well. Now it's working okay. Now it's starting to be a little responsive. I'm twirling the mouse wheel here, and that's supposed to be scrolling in and out. Notice how it starts to build the lag already. And that's just from moving the damn mouse wheel. Got nothing to do with a change in volume. That's pretty disappointing. 5-second lag just because. Oh, and here's the trade that the system took, by the way. And meaning nothing. It means it's just what it did. There's the breakout. There's the pullback. It hasn't taken any target yet, and therefore stops down here rather than break even. This is the entry. What I was going to show you was just moving that mouse wheel. Get an 8-second delay over here. 12 seconds there. Seconds. "27-second delay now back here on the MES, and there's no change in volume or volatility. Well, there's a little bit coming up. Yeah, there's a little bit of increase. It's just bullshit. There we go. So that's the second time that would have been an entry, profitable entry. We finally did get a VPOC migration now on the ARC in the mini. I don't know about the the micro. I don't know about the mini. And of course, let's make a new high. Blowing up shit and killing people. Yeah, it's a good reason for the market to go up. I don't understand life anymore, I think. Jesus, I just adjust that chart and I got a 20-second delay. 20-second lag. Yeah, well, I don't know what to do. I'm gonna go pick up the want ads and see if they're hiring at Home Depot. Jesus, this is ridiculous. Want ad? Do they still make papers with want ads? I wonder. Well, I haven't thought about that in a long time. Never know. And of course, you could pick a top here, you know, and then get that salt pounded right in your ass, because I'm sure they're going to jump up here and catch this 39.75 liquidity that's been dribbling along up here, or whatever that is, 89, 99, 39, whatever, up here. Well, a little warm water and a little green tea there. Let's see how that works. There's two things about trading that have always amazed me. My expectations and my needs are very, very modest. Right? 1, 2 maybe trades a day that are, you know, small, 5, 6 points or something like that, would be more than enough to satisfy what we need for a base, you know, maintenance. The fact that that doesn't seem to be a doable thing for me to figure out at this point, for however, whyever that's happened now, I don't know. And second of all, maybe it's the fact that I think that, but, and I'm sure these are all psychological. And another thing that has always intrigued me about trading is how easy it is, or it seems to be, to put on a trade and it hits a stop, and you'll struggle for minutes, a number of minutes before it can get to a T1 or a T2, which are equal. And I'm sure that's probably psychological too, but you know, to the point that, like, a lot of people jokingly go, well, what I've done, my trading turned profitable whenever I thought I was going to go long, I would just short, you know, or do the other way, or turn the chart upside down, or whatever the hell it is. Sometimes you wonder, you know, and I realize that there's no clandestine, you know, Illuminati that's watching our trades, or my trades, but it does seem pretty random, pretty crazy sometimes. Well, we're at assuming you want to believe IRT here, you know, look at right where we're laying. And that doesn't look, yeah, I guess it does look right over here on the micro composite. Here's the high, there's the high. Well, we can be real analytical about this here. We can be precise. The info box will give all the data on whichever candle I'm hovering over. So there's the high. Is 39s. 39s, well, exactly. And this thing got up to 52s, okay. So that concurs with what we have right here, 59s. 4 high right here. They did take it out yesterday, and here we are. I don't know, does any of that mean anything? Hell if I know. $74. Wow. 74 is a hell of a long way down there, dude. Or did you mean 74 or 75? I guess I'm pretty sure you meant 74, but I know you're accurate with what you type. Man, that's a long way below it. That one level down there, if we break below that I would suppose that's probably going to break down, but yeah, I'm just looking at a wrong thing. I like Magic's idea. I want to try to perfect that, man. If it a 30-second box, if it's long, if it's above it, go long, below it, go short. I actually played with that last night. That idea with TradingView, because I was able to do an orb thing. It doesn't go down with my plan, or whatever the hell you call it. Yeah, 50 is a big liquidity. Absolutely. I see what you're looking at. You see it up here on my IRT? No, you don't, because I don't have it on. I mean, on my book map. There's that 50. That came in the book at sometime. Let's look. Oh, shit. Look at there. Wow. That 50 came in the book at 7 o'clock last night. Also, it had been in there most of yesterday. Well, isn't that something? Yeah, I see why you got an idea. That's a big thing. Previous RTH high? Yeah, right there. Opening swing high. And that's when it started building. Good call. Down here you're talking about 74, and what is it you got going on? 70, yeah, right, down there, exactly. Overnight low too, by the way, isn't it? Yeah, overnight low. Huh. My problem with the 7,500 thing is when it gets way up there into those dizzying heights, I'm always thinking, this shit's got to pull. This shit's got to pull back. You know, this thing's got to pull back. I started thinking construction talk there. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm liking that. And I know that that's just like everything else. It's doesn't really pan out over the long haul. It's like any of those kind of things where I'm just going to go long here, short there, and you think your mind automatically, because of our monkey boy ideas and our ability to see patterns whether they exist or not, looks like it's a real deal, but then in reality it's not so much. Well, there was some liquidity that's been laying around there for 45 minutes. All these frickin' gap opening things here. I put them in there dutifully every day, but then I don't notice what happened. I guess none of these have been touched, so they're okay. But they looks kind of cluttering stuff up. And we didn't close the. No, we didn't even come close to closing the gap today. I need fuel here. I'm getting old. Yeah, I think you're right. Well, you're going to get your wish here pretty quick, it looks like. Yeah, I'm sure glad I didn't. One of these days, I'm going to do, what I say I'm going to do every damn day that I never do, which is just some kind of a thing, asymmetric trade like this, when we put in a bottom with a bunch of tries and it doesn't get down to it, then just go long and put this and say adios. Go to bed. Chase mama down. Whatever. And I know that's just rearview mirror. But I swear to God, one of these days I'm going to do it. I'm trying to perfect watching that in real time now that I've stopped the orb trades, the orb streams in the evening, because I didn't see any real opportunity there. And Magic trades a lot. He drops into those orb trade things in the evenings, and he's, you know, he said, I don't think there's any future in these things. Either he's tried that before. At least for sure, not Globex. Asia, maybe. A lot of people seem to be doing Asia with some degree of success. But I mean, look at it. You got a 1, a 2. It comes back down. It doesn't get there, and you just slap on a trade with a stop just below it instead of this 24 tick thing or whatever, you know. And if it goes, it goes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And the same can be said for up here or here. It's just, I don't know, man. I need to loosen up and get more. I think this dedication to strictly a systematic and methodical, mechanical system is not working out for me psychologically. And economically also. I'm not losing any money. I'm just not making any. You know? That's extra stupid. Or just, you know, go get a job somewhere and then at nights and then during the day just stand here and watch the market like TV. Maybe not. Go out and watch the grass grow. So you're thinking break out of the 50s. Well, that would be into that gap and a bunch of other stuff. Hey, Amanda. What do you want? Here we go. Hi ho, here we go. Well, two IB failures and an IB continuation. I'm so confused. Yeah, me too. I just don't know what signs of reversal I would see that would make me think so, but I got no data up there other than just okay. Maybe Tom's saying something in the stream. Maybe he's going to point it out. I've never really figured out about the stream and Tom. I'm not real sure when he trades. You know, I wouldn't, and maybe he's good enough at it or on a higher time frame where it's got nothing to do with the hour and a half or whatever the stream is that he does now. 10:30. Yeah, hour and a half. Yeah, if you know what I mean. Not that there's a lot to be said for a higher time frame. That's for sure. There's a lot to be said for being younger and having a lot more money too. That's also pretty good, pretty big deal. From the smell of things here, there's going to be something good to eat pretty quick. Well, we're damn near up to the we're damn near up to T1 on the original get out of the way and let her rip deal. And here was the stop, never got close to it. What, Vanna? Uh-oh, I'm getting paged by the Supreme Commander here. I'll be right back. Yeah. I'm not sure I'm really understand the definition of structured trade. Vetted trade, I understand absolutely, because it's based on statistics. And I have always assumed that structured trade was based on the market structure. And I guess it's that first part, it always knows the market direction that I'm not so sure about sometimes, I guess. Anyway, I'm going to go enjoy my, whatever she's whipped up out there. I'll be right back. All right. Have a good one. I'll speak to you in a little while. I'm hoping. I'm assuming. I got no places to go driving today, so that's pretty cool. Boo. Boo, hiss, boo. Well, we're going to tag that 50, it looks like. Right up here. It's been in that market since the open last night. And there was a bit of it in there yesterday. What is that? So is that some high time frame person that put an order on at the bottom and then puts his sell up there at the top, as opposed to somebody that's trying to sell the top? Wow. That was a heavy breakfast. I am some kind of tired now. Oof. So Trump's busy talking since 10, so this is not an opportunity to do anything as far as I'm concerned. Jesus, what a guy. Trade deal with Jordan. Yeah, I'll bet. I'll bet that's a goodie. The open press part of the Jordan thing is over now. It says. I thought it was Lebanon. I thought he was meeting with the president of Lebanon. What's Jordan got to do with it? Wait a minute. Nobody move. Trump greets Lebanese president. And all this is about, here we go, Lebanon. Well, he's got to get a dig in about the elections, and he's kind of threatening with something. I don't know. I read something. Didn't I? Well, we're doing a pretty good job of taking care of the Straits of Hormuz, so I'm sure we can take care of the Red Sea too. Wonder when we're going to run out of money and bullets and rockets, and then China's going to mosey over here and go, oh, by the way, thank you. I'll take that. Thanks a lot. I'm sure someone is counting. I'm sure. Excuse me. What happened here? Why did that go away? How did that get closed? Huh. All right. Well, we'll start over. Always something. Always something. I think I have everything going along here. Welcome to the stream. This is my virtual trading journal. It is only live trading, real time, never replay or playback. And it's fully transparent and fully accountable. But it's not for financial or trade advice. So, you know, it's my journal. What good would a trading journal be if I didn't record trades? I don't know how to do that. And it's not my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing now to develop in the development of a continuously profitable trading business. And way open to suggestions and thoughts. And we're going to get up here and tag these 50s out here pretty quick. Looks like. But it's going into the danger zone time-wise. What's going on over here? Oh, my little super secret algo. What is this guy doing? Oh, well, look at there. We took T1. Isn't that cute? Uh-oh. Oh. So we're gonna take it out, are we? We got our we got T1. We're trailed to break even. And yeah, that's working out just like it's supposed to. Oh, wow. Let's see now. Will it be a breakout to 55, 52, then 55, then who knows what, then 60? That'll definitely close up a bunch of gappy things over here on the right in the micro composite column. Oops, wrong screen. The war is raging. We're going to up it with more bombing. Complete blockade. And somehow that's a good thing. Somehow that's a good thing. Well, context is definitely up. So if you're going to go counter trend, now this would be an opportunity. Way too late for me to get in on the bandwagon. And I don't typically take breakouts. I don't typically take trades anymore, it seems, but for a long time I was never much of a... I actually have an error code that's error BO, which is dash BO breakout, because I found with myself personally that if I was trying to get onto a breakout, it was usually FOMO. I'm assuming everything's working here. Well, if you guys want to get ready on this trade, I'll go step in the shower, and then, of course, all hell breaks loose as normal. They're approaching the bottom of that 11 o'clock hour over here. This is Central Standard Time, and I have an aversion to that. We're going to take these 50s pretty quick, though. Buying Delta. Excuse me. Wow. Breakfast is knocking me out. Oh, I thought sure the minute I went out to fill up my tea glass that I'd be, that would have been popped and away we go. Pop goes the weasel. IRT has kind of an interesting thing here. Let me see if I can show it to you. See this gold line right here? There's one here also, but it is balanced. If price reaches there, and then notice it's flat with no excess, that would be a perfectly balanced in terms of volume. A little oops, so what, huh? Now what's going on with everything else? Well, we know the stats we know. We've got this one done. Here's the IV high from the other day. And my T2 on this algorithm. This is back testing stuff. I guess you know. You guys, I'm sure, know more about this than I do. This is all new to me. There we go. Boom, bam. There we go. Within a tick. Look at there. You can't tell me they're not going to take that. This guy. There we go. Now we got him. Boom. Trade it out. Trade it out. And then we've got liquidity, 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 liquidity. There we go. Trade it out. Anton, I hope you're seeing this. You were the one that pointed it out and waiting. I would be hard pressed to try to call a top, especially when we've got all this liquidity, previous RTH high, a whole lot of stuff. What's the stat on that RTH high? While I'm busy. Previous high, 58.1. And it's not cheating to put in a stat like that because yesterday's high was yesterday's high. So, you know, not going to change. But I want it in there for the record so that it's part of the recording when I look back at the streams. Well, we took out the 50 that's been in there since Christ was a carpenter, I think. That's a long time. I don't think that level is 2x the IB, is it? Really? I don't think so. Don't think it would be a good idea to short. I don't do breakouts, so the only opportunity I would probably have would be to think about it, buy the dips, which isn't any kind of a statistic or setup that I have ever vetted. Hope you don't hear that chainsaw. Anton said he could, so I'm betting you can't. My office is quiet here. My straight desk, I don't have monitors or a speaker, so if I want to hear the music or any of that stuff, I need to put on my headset, which I just did, and I don't hear that chainsaw in the background. Neighbors are doing something to their trees or something over here. So if there's a problem, drop something in the chat and let me know. And besides, even if I put the headset on, I'm different at post, so. Anyway, I wouldn't short this. Wouldn't short this. You know they're going to go banging up through the previous RTH high. It's just like, come on, really? You're going to get up here within a point of it and not go boom? Half a point, 3/4 of a point? Now's the big time of day where all kinds of weird drama happens. The 12-to-1 stat would come into play today. There is a, some people always talk about the 12 o'clock reversal idea, and I don't know that any of those things, I don't know that I have any data that support that stuff. Something weird. Something's very weird because I'm just looking at the stream and it says for watching now started streaming 31 minutes ago. I started streaming 2.5 hours ago. I delayed the stream 1 hour today rather than the usual 8 Central Standard Time for the pre-market and all the setup because I wanted to do a definitive test on the lag story with IRT, and it has nothing to do with OBS, so that's, or any of that stream side of life, so that's good. It's good in a way, it's bad in another way. I was kind of hoping that was it because here we go. I'm going to refresh this upper monitor. I monitor the stream on I have a 4-monitor rack in front of me here and a couple of monitors, and I have 2 standing desks in an L. That's better. And I have a I'm looking at the stream. Yeah, it's okay. So the upper 2 monitors in front of me are powered by another separate machine, and the main 2 big ones down on the lower level are, and one off to my left is powered by this trading machine, and then an old one, my old normal workstation with Outlook and all that crap is around the corner on another machine, another monitor and machine. So I look at the stream above me, which is just monitoring and playing the stream just as if you do. And now I see what's going on. By the way, the stream is 1440p, so if it's a little furry looking or not completely high def, crystal clear and sharp, you can adjust you can use the gear icon there on YouTube and pick the right point. Okay, that's right now. Okay. Well, here comes that previous RTH high. How high can you fly? And the 75.55 is the balance that I was talking about. Look at that. 50 points. 50. Count them. 50. 50. Come on. Right mouse and the right screen and the right computer and the right everything else. Yeah, that 55 is the balance low. See this liquidity sitting up here? Where am I? Yeah, this liquidity sitting up here at 55. That balances out the profile as far as the as far as volume, completely, perfectly. That's what this gold line is with IRT. IRT's got a lot of nice features. It's just, if I were trying to trade with it, I would not be able to. And I think that's the point. See, here's the gold line at the bottom, and there it is at the top. It's, you know, it's covered up by the IB down here, but okay. And that is, see if it pops open. No, it doesn't. Okay. Never mind. Are they going to do some magical wonderfulness up here and pull her back, or what are they going to do? I guess they're pretty content with the fact that they got up to that liquidity. And that liquidity, as I was talking with Anton earlier, this is the RTH session start right here. Remember Blue Boy. There you are. That liquidity came back into the book at 20:30 Central Standard last night. And it had been in the book yesterday. Let's see how far back it goes. It had been in the book all day yesterday and even some before that. So this is got to be, I'm assuming, a big options level or gamma, something or other. But that's, remember, Blue Boys at each one of these opening print of each session, right? So here's today, here's last night, RTH, ETH, and it was even started in and out the ETH day before yesterday. All of the RTH session, essentially, to the close. There's the close. There's the new open. Back in at about 8:30 last night, 20:30 last night, ETH, and all the way through, held all the way through till now. That's a long time to have liquidity parked out there. What would that be? The target? Certainly not a lid on the pot. I'm guessing that it was someone at a much higher time frame got long down in these areas somewhere, and that's how they took it off. Or I don't think it's someone putting on a position, selling up here. But you never know. Remember that for every that futures is a zero-sum game, right? And that means, or zero-sum business, for every buyer there is a seller. It's virtually impossible to have more buyers than sellers in futures. And that's typically why people say things like Tom or whatever, the market goes up to go down and goes down to go up. It's because everybody that's been buying all this way today, someone was selling to them. Now that person is right up here with all this inventory. What are they going to do? How would they make money? Take it down. And that's one of the mysteries that I don't understand. For example, is this just a target? And because this is selling, right? This is up here interestingly enough, there was no volume bubble there to say what that was. Let's see if there's anything with this thing. Ask 450 at 75.50. And now there's nothing. Okay. So what happened? So this was 500 contracts sitting up here on the ask to sell. Was that somebody pulling him up and he's selling? Or did he sell down here? Or did he buy down here and took his profit up here? That's part of this market I have no idea. Or, I mean, I can have just as many theories one way or the other as everybody else. And I don't know how you would ever know that truth, to be honest about it. I don't know. And there's this whole thing with gamma now, and that the futures market is pretty much driven by options and market makers and their need to remain delta neutral. And how if the price, if the options prices start going way up, that they've got to be selling the underlying to have a hedge. Yeah, well, we got your 550 there, my brother, a couple of minutes ago. And we're still fussy putzing around up here below the high. I was just speculating on this 550 of yours actually came into the market 2 ETH sessions ago. Here is the ETH from last night. Here's the RTH from yesterday, and it was in there pretty much all day. And it came in actually around 4 in the morning. Well, that'd be London time, I guess. ETH session 2 days ago. And then why? And why? I was just standing here thinking out loud. Was this a target? And because it's 450 contracts to sell on the ask, so it's definitely a sell. And where'd it go? There we go. 453 contracts for sale at 550, at 75.50. Were they selling all this way up and sold it? Were they buying it all this way up and took their profit? Is some dealer short way up here and going to hammer it? That's the part of this game. I can safely see both sides easily, and I don't have any clue. Yeah, I think you're probably right. The stairs up, because look at how they're tiered up now. 52, 55, 60. I wish this guy'd stop chainsawing over there. It's irritating me. And don't forget, it's the noon hour. I was also pointing out while you were gone, this gold line right up here is balanced. Here it is at the bottom, here it is at the top. So if price gets to this line right here, this profile is perfectly balanced volume-wise. Whatever that means. But it's a line over there. Good. Well, now I'm going to have to probably step away here and go run through the shower and try to wake up and stuff like that. I don't have anywhere to drive today, so that's good. Can have my midday break and then take it through the close. And tomorrow is a 4 o'clock in the morning call for me, so the only drive I've got to do is about 1:32 to go pick her up. I told her that I was going to stop coming at 2 o'clock if she's going to keep, getting out of there at 3. It's perfectly fine, but I don't want to sit out there under the, away from the stream for an hour and a half or whatever it is for no reason. So they need to get their ducks in a row. Now, if you look at the profile, I'll go into my old flat top speech here. If you look at this volume profile here, it looks stupid, doesn't it? There's no excess, there's no taper. The auction has been chopped off right here. It makes perfect sense to me that they're going to go blip over on the market profile and the volume profile over here. There's 1 or 2 ticks, 1 tick, 1 TPO excess. So according to Dalton, I think it only takes 1, maybe 2. I guess it'd be a poor high. If it's only 1, 2 is excess. But looking at the Renko volume profile here, it needs to go up. Yeah, I agree with you, absolutely. That's my point. Yeah, absolutely. For all that time, it's telling somebody that for some reason, and it seems to be a target because that's what the market has done. And even if it were, even if they had a genuine desire since it's an ass to sell something, liquidate their assets up there, why would they feel the need to put that line, put that liquidity for all the world to see 2.5 days running? I agree. I can only assume that it's to advertise and call the market up. And then the next level is, so now they got them all up here, they sold it all to them. Was that them taking profit? Or was that them loading the boat and then they're going to pull the rug out from all these all these little boys and girls down here, and down we go? I don't have any idea. Those are the answer to 2 questions. If you find that out, you be sure and let me know. Absolutely. Call me. Use the bat phone or something. And I hate this slow grind crap. I mean, I don't do well in any other markets either, apparently, anymore, it seems. But this slow grind was always never one of my long suits, specialties. What do you think? Taking the midday break and a little refreshing shower and stuff might be in order. So Trump's all done with his press conference, and we're announcing that announcing where we are going to bomb and when. Not sure that that's something I've seen a lot before. He seems to revel in that. And maybe it's just all BS and bus tickets. Who the hell knows? Who knows? He's already starting to set up his deal for the canceling the midterms or taking over for executive power, because he's already said, well, Iran is doing the Straits of Hormuz to affect the midterms. So, he's building the case. If you, I guess I'm sure you've got financial juice, but if not, here's all the stuff. They're trying to impact the elections. There's something around here with what we were going to bomb tonight. Or, you know. Anyway, there you go. There you have it. I don't know. I'd like to I'd like to be able to just talk to somebody that has experience in this, not some floor trader guy, because they never knew any of this. I mean, they were just front running and taking advantage of people. They didn't really get at that, I don't think, at these higher levels. Like somebody like Tom Sosnoff, or somebody that's been in the market a long time as a market maker, and I'm sure they know exactly what that is, or how those things develop, I'm sure. But it seems like a big freaking secret. Well, I'm sure it is a big secret because probably somebody's edge. But you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'm not meaning that Sosnoff is a name I know you know. Somebody with that kind of background and experience, and I would love to know, wouldn't you? I would love to know. And it looks like we're going to head up. I would be really amazed if we don't take the previous RTH high, because there's got to be liquidity laying up there. And then again at 55, and then again at 60, and 55 is at balance, when the profile will be completely balanced volume-wise, according to the math of IRT. Boom. Now there's this 58.1% probability that we take this level here, which we're going to do at this moment. And there we did. Look at them. Look at them flashing the liquidity laying in there now at 53.75. They come. Obviously, they're not flashing anywhere except on my screen here because of the setting I have. But when I notice that, it catches my attention. They'll be flashing right in there in a minute. There it is. Now it'll flash. Now it'll come pull out again. Well. Yeah, maybe he will. I hope somebody will. I mean, I would love to talk to anybody candidly off the record. You know, maybe even Tom knows. He's been around it a long time in Chicago. But it seems like everybody is so cagey because of, not for trade or financial advice and all that crap. I don't know whether that is just a game that people play to seem important to themselves, or whether that genuinely an issue. I suppose if you're rich, maybe people come after you. I don't know, but I would love to. That's what I was saying, Sosnoff, for somebody just off the record. What in the hell is this? Why did that happen? I'd love to hear that story. Absolutely. And it would have to be somebody that's been at a really high level that would know that. Otherwise, everybody else pretty much going to be like you and me, I think. They're going to have the balance here pretty damn quick. And you notice how it is now starting to look more normal. My Mr. Shelf Boy over here has gone away. We got some excess up here. Who knows? Somebody like Dalton would know too, but he's never going to say anything. He would never tell the truth because it's going to have to be some way he can sell you something. Well, about as close to that balance as they're ever going to get. One tick away, is it? Yeah. No. Half a point or something. And why? Prices are on the way up. Oil is screwed up. The Straits of Hormuz is upside down. Yeah, I definitely would. Absolutely. I'm not. I mean, I don't know any of these guys that talk to him, so there's no way I would know anybody. I wonder if the administration is keeping this war going. They keep, firing it up so they can pull the old executive power thing at the midterms. Unfortunately, that wouldn't surprise me. As sorry as thing as that is to say, it would not surprise me at all between Stephen Miller and Trump. I think anything is possible. And the rest of them are just like sheep, so that goes without saying, I guess. In the days of Tasty Live, I don't know if it's true or not. I certainly never tried it, but at one point I heard Sosnoff say that he apparently doesn't sleep much, and he gets up at like 2 or something in the morning and personally answered every email that people sent him, according to him. I have no idea whether that's true, whether it still happens or anything else, but he's one of the only people that comes to my mind that's a public figure that I think would know that kind of insight. I don't know. I'm sure there's somebody else if I stand here and think about it a while, but even somebody like FT71, he was never a floor guy. Yeah, this is all bullshit. He was never he was not a So's bandit either. That was long gone after he came into it. Not that he's not a good trader and been a successful person and all that. I'm just saying that would have the inside knowledge about what we're just talking about, the options stuff, and why someone would do that. And I'm assuming it's got to be what I'm reading a lot about now is our auction, our prices are driven by the options market makers needing to rebalance their hedges and their delta neutral, either buying or selling futures based on what they have to do. And I get I'm not clever enough options guy to say this with any authority, so this is just an example. If the price of options at something and others, on the S&P is going up and up and up or whatever, then in order, and they're taking the other side of all those, right? So they're getting shorter and shorter and shorter, that then they've got to, in order to go delta neutral, they've got to react over here in the futures market with either buying or selling, and I don't even know which. And that's the whole story now with all this stuff you see on YouTube and everybody talking about gamma and all that. And gamma is the measure of the rate of change of the underlying. And apparently that gamma exposure is what affects their delta. And that's why a lot of this stuff happens. That, in my opinion, that doesn't have anything to do with why this has been in the market for 3 days. So I don't think that's got to do with it, but apparently that has a lot to do with our market intraday. But you can't tell me that some options guy was trying to balance his delta 2.5 days ago. I don't think. I would think that would be a continual up to the minute kind of a thing. I would suppose. Ooh, here's a breakout and retest. Here you go. Consolidation, breakout, retest. Gonna go up now? Is this a long? Yeah, I know. I agree with you completely. And I actually had a stage 5 account. I mean, he's gone through several different brokerages, and if you ever Google about all of them, they've all ended up in lawsuits with the partners. You know, usually. Stage 5, and I don't remember, a couple in the middle there somewhere. Yeah, he used to, in the old days, he used to have a lot of, be on big mics, you know, webinars a lot, and it was talking about how he was a SOS bandit and all that, and it was the SOS bandit thing had all been wrapped up and gone away long before he got into it, according to timing. You know, just doing the math for years. So I don't know. Well, this would be a breakout and retest, but I can tell you right now, I don't have balls enough to put a long on right here because that's looking pretty scary down here, and we're into 12 o'clock. So I think it's better for me to go take a shower and lament the fact that I missed the trades down the road down here, back here on these ones that were actually scheduled by, or actually data driven down here. Breakout, retest, oh boy, oh boy. All right, I'm going to step away here. You make a lot of money and remember to split it with me. I always forget to type back. Well, that was a whole lot of nothing. The balance line is shifted way up here. Well, are we going to have a VPOC migration north then now, are we? Oh, boy. Hi, Panda. How are you, baby Panda? It looks like that took all the wind out of their sails there. That was about the end of that. Well, it doesn't look to me like anything is going to happen here anytime soon, except we're going to be in the power hour right now. Well, here we go. The way this algorithm works is we don't get to T2, it'll exit at the close to the end of the session, now wherever that one is right now. Or if we come down here and we've trailed up based on T1, so I got to come up with some sort of a dashboard that plots out the all the specs about the trade. This wouldn't really be applicable. I mean, it's the breakout and the pullback. And half of the IB is the, so that would be 14 points to the stop. do something here. Let me see how this is set up. This is the IB breakout. This is not the IB. This is something I was working on last night. This is the breakout. This is not the regression or the retrace. These are just fun little things I play with too on, you know, my off time or whatever, to try to learn a little bit more and kind of relax. Well, here's now the balance line. Just before I left, it was right here. What's happened is we didn't just trade up to it. We put this volume in, which pulled the VPOC migrate up to here, and that extends the balance to volume here. That means that price would have to trade up here without moving the VPOC, or the point of control, to be balanced from here. I have no idea if that's tradable. It's just one of the levels that IRT's had for years, and I always find it interesting. So this took 115 ticks, plus this one, because it doesn't add the T1. It only knows how to calculate. This is an old indicator from IRT that was built by Chad Payne a long time ago, and it doesn't account for multiple targets. So this target right here is 115 ticks. At this point, when it takes T1, it trails to break even, or to entry. And then, of course, it went on to up here. So this is actually the trade I should have been on, because this is exactly what I should have traded today, and didn't. Now the entry's a little bit, the entry down here would have been nicer, right? And I was busy trying to commiserate how far to interpolate the difference between the two percentages from 25, from the 25 and the 50, which would have been in here someplace, but it took it right there, and there you are. That would be a fine trade. 26 to about 40, so let's say 15 more points. So this would be about what is that? 115, about 130 ticks. The old one, did the original take anything? let's see. Well, it had an A and a B, but no trigger. And away it went. Well, this is almost a normal day, so I'll be able to do the daily recap, and then we'll wait for the market on closing balance, and then the stream will be winding up. Today was an hour late start on the stream. Typically, it's at 0800 Central Standard. I wanted to do something to test for this lagging with IRT, and what I was testing was I was making C, and I was trying to determine if the load of OBS and the stream and everything was causing the problem, and I didn't suspect that it was, and in fact it was not, so not to worry. Okay, I will. Thanks. I was just pointing out here a couple of things that I didn't notice when you posted up there, actually. 2:09, now let's see. Oh, 5 or 6 minutes ago. Yeah, what I was looking at was how the balance line has shifted now that we've put in all this volume. The profile balance, the profile balance is now shifted from about here up to here. So price would have to trade up there at equal volume to get the balance. And the strategies did what I should have done. This one for sure. The old-fashioned one didn't take any trades. Actually had two triggers. Two of the rules were satisfied, but not the third, not the trigger. Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't get more of a pop out of the top when we got up there after all that liquidity living in there for such a long time, actually. And then this is the remember earlier this morning when I said that my little algorithm took his trade in the trading view there. Well, I just finally got T1, and I don't think it'll make T2, but you never know. And one of two things will happen. When T1 is achieved, then it scrolls to break even. There's the entry, or trails to break even. and it'll either take T1 or T2, I'm sorry, or it will exit at the end of the session. So there you go. I'm more disappointed in myself. Well, actually, this is not the retracement. This is a breakout. So it took this trade right there on the open or the close over here of the breakout. So this is just a breakout. This, I had forgotten that I was goofing around with this last night and trying different orbs, 1 minute and stuff like that. So this is not the retrace. This is the breakout. You know what the retrace would do. Let's see. First of all, let's see this. Let's see what the retracement thing will do here. Well, actually, the retracement is a different one altogether. Let's see if this works though. All right, so here's the retracement. It's actually better. Boy, it got within a tick of the second target. Look at that. This is the retracement. So breakout, pull back to the 25 long, and then up to T1, trail, and within a tick of T2. That's disappointing. That would be the retracement trade. Basically the same exact one as, let's just see something here. What time is that? 9:35. I'm just curious how the two line up, 9:35. I don't think oh wait. 9:39. Yeah. Yeah. But the targets are different. Oh, it did. It did take it at the targets here are different by the way this is defined. So it took both targets. Okay. Well, and of course none of that is real, so, take it for what it's worth, but it's how I backtest stuff. That's disappointing. That's disappointing. Boo. Well, Chainsaw Boy was polite enough to quit there for a minute while I was eating, and now I hear him firing up. Anyway. Oh, wait. I wanted to see that. Sorry. About the same performance overall. Okay, so here we are, and we are still babbling around with the VPOC did just migrate, so let's see if that gives them some oomph to get up here and take out any of these others, or maybe nobody cares anymore. Well, yeah, if there's a whole bunch of liquidity just up above a level, I think I don't know. I've always understood that was the place, that's what they were looking for. That's kind of the way I've always thought about it. Or not always, but, for a long time now. I'm surprised that he would have been talking about short, because that is absolutely counter trend. The retreating army thing would be a short, I guess, wouldn't it? I'll have to listen anyway. I don't ever. That's one of the things I try to avoid a lot. For my own, for my own brain, because this, like I say in the pre-market, which I'm sure you don't log in or hear ever, is this may not be the right idea with price overlapping, but it's consistent, and I don't ever change them. So this was price overlapping, and that was it. Price isn't overlapping, nothing. Price is overlapping, and today again. And this whole micro composite thing, if I'm not wrong, and that's pretty likely that I am, but if I'm not wrong, and I remember that far back, this micro composite is a FT71 thing. Murad Askar. It's a good idea. I think it's a good idea, and and where he got it, who the hell knows? But that's the first time I heard anybody talking about it. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, for sure, but seems like that's what I remember. And now today, this is here, so it's going to be another one inside of this profile. And, now we've got both epochs migrated up there to that same level. So are they going to go zooming up here into the close or what? I don't know. And with all this, to be honest about it, this whole conversation about futures prices being pushed around a lot by options market makers trying to keep their heads delta neutral and all that kind of stuff, that probably makes more sense to me, or as much sense to me as anything else, and I think more, because I don't know about you, but I know about me as a retail trader. My stop isn't up here. I'm not holding for days at a time. I'm not sure who is, and I'm not sure if the high time frame people are trading that frequently. I would hope to Christ that somebody's retirement fund isn't day trading. So in reality, what the hell difference does it make if there's a POC up here? Is anybody that was short up here still holding them? I don't know. Well, overlapping value area. Now, there's one I didn't do. So in other words, oh, wait a minute, which one? Yeah. So in other words, then this one and these would not be, should not be part of this micro composite because their value areas are not overlapping. Probably here as well. This one and this one, yes, probably. This one, no. Yeah, I don't know. How would I be able to see that on a RTH chart? I guess volume profile chart. Yeah, that sounds pretty confusing to me. If I was breaking them, if I had it like 5 different micro composites drawn within the space of where this one is because of the value area, I don't know how much good it would do me. To be honest with you, I guess you could see that up here pretty easy. Oh. What are we doing now? We got plenty of time. You know, so these value areas would be overlapping because this is high and low. So there's overlapping lower, overlapping higher, overlapping higher. So this would be a volume. This would be a value area, micro composite. This group of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days, and then down here would be 3 days. Yeah, I can understand that. I guess. Seems awful confusing to me, though. But on the other hand, I don't really know. I can't really say what value I think I get out of this micro composite chart. Other than when I look at it, it's a real quick way for me to say, okay, I see what price has been up to for the last umpteen days. And this is kind of the average POC for all of that so far. So this is the volume profile. You know, the value area here for this whole group of candles. I guess I can see that. Yeah, or if an options guy wanted to, hedge his delta and didn't want to push the price up any more than it was, or down any more than it was, he'd go into the stops and have that liquidity. Yeah, the stops are just additional liquidity to be able to execute against without changing the price of the underlying or of the instrument, as I understand it. I mean, we use stops intraday, I think. I think that's kind of the whole idea. I don't know. I have another opinion. I mean, I've heard conflicting opinions about the initial balance too, that the price doesn't get outside the initial balance high and low unless it's being pushed out there by the higher time frame. So that may not have anything to do with stops either. It would really be great, wouldn't it, to just have somebody that was really, really an old, seasoned trader just sit with a chart and talk about why, why this was why that's liquid, what purpose was this liquidity in the market for 3 days? And that would be real interesting. And essentially, I guess that's what Tom tries to do in his own way, but sometimes I get confused by it. Well, yeah, certainly not at our level, at my level. Swing trader, I mean, I guess there are some people who are called retail traders who are swing traders, and they do that. But they're on a much different level than me, just count size wise. All right, well, it's the bottom of the hour. I'll do the quick, what I consider the daily recap. And tomorrow's going to be a big day for numbers now, earnings. It's all about earnings this week. Talk about that here in a minute. It's the first time I've been around here. I forgot what I normally do. I guess if I wasn't such a lazy turd, I'd script this thing. So the daily recap, let's give that a whirl. Well, here we are. Open. Pull back. This is where I knew exactly that I was going to get long because I'm a rear view mirror wizard. And up it went. I still think that, I've got to figure out a way to do that even if it's just throwing darts. That's just virtually every day you see something like that. So basically, context, can be no question about it, is up. This is the liquidity that we've been talking about here. Anton and I have been talking about this. Liquidity at 50 was sitting in the book for days. Clear back here. Started in the ETH session days ago. In there, out, in there. It came in last night in the ETH at about 8:20 or 20:20 in the evening, Central Standard Time, and held all the way through till they took it out right over here. Quite amazing. And these are Blue Boy. These are my just the vertical print to show the the vertical line to show the first print of each session. Gives me a context. Enables me to quickly see context, because this column right here is the inside market. Absolutely. This is right here, right now. Absolutely. So if I can glance left and see this one, and I know this is here, there's no possible way I can not understand what context is. And the context for the session so far is up. So there you have it. Now, IRT is another story. This is a disappointing bad sister here. Twisted sister, that's what this is. Just not playing nice anymore because of the volume that is coming down, data coming down the pipe is just, it can't deal with it. It only single threads and whatnot. So these is my micro column or tab. Micro ES and Q, the higher time frame micro composite, which we were just discussing a few minutes ago. These are, first of all, in IRT, if anybody cares, if you look at the header of any of these windows, is the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So this is the MES, it's the daily candles, and it's the RTH session. So what this means is every one of these is a full RTH session. Here is today, yesterday, Friday. Easy, huh? And wherever they overlap, I pull the volume profile around them. This will extend around here, around today's trade tonight, when we have the crossover from RTH and the market closes. And then these high and green, or these red and green lines represent the high and low volume nodes of the volume profile, and they push to book map those values, as do the session prices. Similar tab for the mini. And let's look at something more important than my stuff here. Let's look at... Here was today's news. Exactly nothing. Tomorrow. Less than nothing. Jesus, I can't believe that. I wonder if something's wrong. Only Cushing report tomorrow at 9:30. That's the only number around. Wait a minute here. Something's got to have screwed up. Where did my where did my filtering go? Countries, I've got 5. I've got Eurozone, China, US, Canada. Wow, nothing's changed there. That's correct. Central banks, economic activity, and employment stuff, high and medium only. That's just freaking amazing. There's only one number out. I don't think I've ever seen that. One number out tomorrow at 9:30. The Cushing report, which is every Wednesday. It's the crude inventory. That's amazing. This is investing.com. You can set it, as you can see, you can set it up how you want to. It only reports traditional economic stuff, and I like it. Now, here's the biggie for tomorrow, and that's that we are in earnings season. And here's the biggie. We got Alphabet and Tesla tomorrow, and then after you're going to be so excited about how much money you made here, you're going to want a cigarette, so you're going to watch Philip Morris. And we're earnings season is really ripping off now. Now I'm into about 4 or 5 scrolls before I get to the bottom of earnings for tomorrow. So that's where we are and what we're doing. And this is investing.com. And these are free, by the way. All of these are free because I think it's important to have anybody be able to have the same resources. What good would it be for most people if I had a Bloomberg terminal and was showing you pictures of that all the time? Unless you've got $35,000 a year, it wouldn't do you much good, right? Other than to be able to look over my shoulder like we do with Walter Bloomberg, and which is really cool. I'll grant that. But I don't have Bloomberg, so I'm not going to say that. Anyway, the other news source that I use a lot is Financial Juice, for basically the opposite reasons, or different reasons, I should say, than I do investing.com. They have a calendar and they have a squawk box, and they do pull random, non-typical economic stuff into their calendar if they can, and always on the squawk box, which they realize will have some potential risk to our auction. Trump greets the Lebanese president. Well, he jabbered he talked with the reporters for an hour and a half, all about what we were going to do to Iran and where he's going to blow up next. And he's going to, because of something, he's going to, where the hell did that go? He's telling what he's going to bomb tonight. I find it amazing that kind of conversation goes on, but it did. So, talking about the pick something mountains, and yeah, I don't see it now. So maybe somebody recognized that wasn't a good thing to do and pulled it out of here. Because I don't see those posts now that I was reading earlier this morning, and they're in the stream, in case you don't believe me. I'll be go to hell. They did pull them. Now they pulled them. They pulled those posts. They're in the stream. If you look back this morning, and you're going to see it, because they about 10 or a little bit about 9:30, 10, they pulled those posts, or else I'm just not picking them out here now. But he was talking about we're gonna bomb this pickaxe mountains, because as Israel has said that's where they moved the centrifuges and all this kind of stuff. And I thought, and we're gonna do that tonight. And I thought to myself, wow. Usually you don't go TV and tell the other side what you're gonna go bomb. Probably go to hell. I don't see it. No, I don't see it. Well, so they did pull it from here. Anyway, so this is and the reason that I am not saying this about anything political, but it's as traders today, our first and fundamental reason for being alive is to preserve your account. And the fundamental way that you do that is with risk management. And if you don't know about risk, you don't know how to manage it. So there you go. That's why it's important. And also, here at 1450, we'll have the market on closing balance post through up here. I'm really amazed that that's been pulled. See if I'm making this up. Oh, this is all different stuff. See what happens when you don't refresh? Look at all this. Picture of Hagseth wasn't there a minute ago. Oh, here you go. We'll be hitting the Pixar Mountains area pretty soon. It will be heavy. Israel believes they moved their nuclear centrifuges to the mountains. I just, that's pretty interesting. Maybe it was there before in red and I just didn't notice it. Anyway, there you go. So we'll keep an eye on that for the market on closing balance in about 10 minutes. Volume. Let's see. Volume. 71% light. That means easy to shove around. Easy to manipulate. This is the average volume. Looking back over the past 20 trading sessions, there's the volume average, and there's the volume today, and that's the percentage. And this is the ATR. It's 1.5 over a 1 minute candle right now. Oh, man. Well, let's see now. They just ground it straight up there, and now this is a P with a capital P. Trend with a P, I guess you could say. And the P-shaped profile means short covering. So this was essentially, if you want to think about it, a squeeze. If you think about it, short covering, right? They're getting up here at the top and they're short down here, so they're covering like crazy. A B-shaped profile is the opposite. It's long liquidation. That is selling. This is buying. This is selling. And then a balanced is, of course, balanced. Rotational. Just old market profile stuff. I actually saw somebody on YouTube that I don't forget what it was. It's something about the old shapes never lie or something like that, and that's exactly what he had drawn on there and was talking about was the P, the B, and the balance, you know. And I didn't listen to it or whatever, but I smiled to myself thinking, yep, you're right, buddy. You are so right. So we got 7 minutes until the market on closing balance. Thanks for coming by the stream. In case you're new here, drop your name, number, You know, social security number, bank account, all that stuff. or not, maybe. Just like and subscribe and, you know, contribute to the chat. Anton and I like heckling other people. The stream is typically every trading day from 8 Central Standard Time until 1500. I was doing a period of about 6 weeks just closed. I was doing a Globex stream because I have a very strong commitment here to the channel to never take a trade off of the live stream. And all of the trades are always live, real-time, recorded forever, fully transparent, and fully accountable. So if I was going to watch the orb or the Asian session opening, you know, opening range breakouts and maybe have a trade present itself, I wanted to be able to take that, and that's why I was streaming them. But I don't see any real, for the instruments I'm trading and these setups that I have vetted so far, I don't see any real benefit there or, you know, opportunity. So I'm going to get back to my usual homework every night. So the stream will then just be as it was, 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time until 1500. Until further notice. And if you know, this is definitely not my way or the highway. This is the goal is to achieve consistently profitable trading business. And if you've got a great idea that works, please share, you know. I would throw a bag of cat crap at the wall if it would somehow inform me which way, you know, one or two good trades a day, or I'd be just, that's all I need. I'm a simple guy. I'm a firm believer in the keep it simple, stupid idea here. The KISS principle. This is my book map, by the way. And just a recap in case you don't know, or it's probably a little late now, but this is the micro composite column. This is where I manually enter the various key levels from over here and other things like the gap open and gap close and the naked volume point of control and that stuff, which we've taken closed all of these, right? Yeah, we did. No. Did we? Hold on, nobody move. So if you look at the info box down here, it'll tell you all the stats about the candle I'm looking at. So here's whatever that was. Tuesday, Wednesday, Monday, Friday, Thursday. The 16th. The low is 48.25. 54.25. Yeah, it did close this gap. So it closed this gap between here and here. Okay. Well, isn't that cute? And some gap that was way over here somewhere it closed also. The 9th. Where the hell does the 9th go? I don't even remember where the 9th is. The 9th. Here? Yeah. Close this one too. It's not really a gap though. I'm going to continue. I'm going to say those bad boys are closed. Okay, and these are the the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed from IRT to bookmap, the full session volume profile, the RTH session volume profile in Delta, the statistical column, statistics, which I did this morning before the stream started, as I do every morning around 8 o'clock. I want them in there before the session starts. I determine the statistical open, which has only got 2 criteria, and then I always have the column title reflect the current accurate name, and delete the yesterday or today's, and then I'll put in tomorrow's tomorrow. Previous, so it was 58.1% probability that we get up here and test the previous RTH high, and that's exactly what we did right there. And we've taken out them all. We took out the POC and the IB low and the overnight volume point of control and the IB low here. And what was this one here? Previous POC. There you go. We didn't get down to value area low. So there you are. And these are the session prices. And this is the full order book at all prices. Ask and bid. I don't have a dome on my book map anymore because it was taking up column space, and I don't trade with it. I was executing here off the active data column. See how that works? So this is the full ask and bid. Liquidity at all levels. And this is the session prices. And there's no fancy indicators anywhere. There is a, we get 30 seconds till the market on close here pretty much. It's, keep it simple, stupid. It's just volume, price, and probability. Boop, that's it. Mid, VWAPs, POC. So, there you go. Now let's see what these boys get up to here with the market on close and balance. God, this guy is crazy. Quiet, and then setting tariffs on trading partners, citing forced labor. Okay. And on the other hand, rounding up, there we go, market on close and balance. Sell side across the board. 623 million S&Ps, 1,290,000,000 NASDAQ, 78 million Dow, 360 million Mag 7. Now remember, this is the imbalance. This is not the total number. So there could be 100, there could be 1 billion, 3 billion contracts market on close orders, but the imbalance is 623 million. On the NASDAQ, the imbalance is 1,290,000,000 to the sell side. So that's important. Back to what I was saying about the forced labor. That's great. And then, on the other hand, we have this bunch of SS boys driving around, rounding people up, keeping children in prison, separated from their families for up to a year, and then putting them on airplanes and flying them to countries like Africa and stuff. What do they suppose is going to happen to these people that don't speak a language and get dropped in the middle of Africa? I've lived in Africa. You drop me off in the middle of the Congo or somewhere around Libreville, and I tell you what, it's going to be tough. And likely you're going to end up working in a factory somewhere and not getting paid for it. It's the craziest thing I ever saw in my life. And those people were working here, paying taxes and all that stuff. I really don't understand how it's measured out, or how the standards are derived. It's funny to me. And I was in Africa for 10 years, sub-Saharan Africa for 10 years. So I know of what I speak. Anyway, there's the market on close and balance. We've got 8 minutes till the ringy-dingy. And, I always forget I've got push buttons on this mixer. I could be ringing bells and making people laugh and all kinds of stuff. That's basically it. Tomorrow morning, 0800 Central Standard Time for the pre-market analysis of the news. We all know it's going to take about a second because it's only going to be the crude report, the Cushing, and the earnings are all going to be after the bell tomorrow. So That's going to be a nothing burger until then. I suppose they'll be positioning, I guess. I don't know. Then look at the pre-market and kind of what happened there and what I expect is going to happen for the open. And then we open the day and away we go. So disappointed about this. Well, it is what it is, I guess. It's not disappointing, it's the truth. It's a fact, Jack. All right. 7 minutes. I got a 4 o'clock in the morning wake up and drive early, so I won't. The only break I'll have driving tomorrow will be for the about 2. I usually leave at 1:30, but lately she hasn't been getting out till 2 or sometimes 3, so that screws everything up. I'll wait until about 2 here and before I go. Depending on what I find out in the morning when I drop her off. Our little girl's going to work. Just a summer job between school, but good for her. I mean, it's good, really good experience. So let's see, what else can I do that I forgot to do or something? I don't know. I don't know. What's happening over here? Ah, here we go. We can watch the at 3. At the top of the hour, the session will close, and this will exit out, or it's supposed to. Let's see if that works. I had to fix the other one last time. Yeah, okay. Boy, that's pretty annoying and missed by a tick, isn't it? If I was here watching that live and direct, I would have closed it. I'm sure. Well, I don't know if I'm sure or not, but I'm looking back and looking in the rearview mirror, I'm sure. That's for sure. All right, 56 minutes. We got about 3.5 minutes to go. I'm just watching this because there's nothing else to watch, and I want to see if we might have a closing swing trade, and if we do, I'll pop right over to Bookmap. They may jump up there and grab that liquidity. Now, notice that this liquidity pulled up, and this one's pulled off too. As far as the liquidity heat mapping is concerned. So tomorrow there won't be a value area because in a trend day, there's no value area. The theory is price is searching for value. I'm okay. And it's a pretty big range. So what is it? 53 to, well, it's 50 handles. Basically 52 handles or something like that. All right, a minute and a half. I'm dying to see if this thing is going to do what it's supposed to over here. And I don't imagine there'll be a market on close, but who knows? Closing swing trade, I mean. Nothing that I ever participate on. I think that's just gambling to the max. Ooh, here we go. 1 minute. 1 minute. I forget where laugh is. Which one of these is laugh? I better not start pushing buttons over here. I might be making all kind of dumb noises. Okay, come on. Boo, 30 seconds. Yeah, really. Exactly. That's an understatement, Anton. 5 seconds. I'm just dying to see if this thing works. And it'll have to close that candle, which is a 5-minute one. So in another 4 minutes, it'll close that candle, and then it should exit that. So I'll just keep the thing going. No closing swing trade apparently, but yeah, I'd have a tight range, absolutely. What is it? 43 to 51, 7 handles, 6, 8. You gonna do it there, thing, or what are you gonna do? I guess what I should maybe do is change it to, oh no. That's the problem with these 5-minute bars. This candle opened on the 5 minutes, so I guess I needed to, I don't know what I needed to do. Who knows? I don't know how this thing really works. I'll let it run till that sets and see if it in fact does. Close them out as it's supposed to. I guess I can make sure if that's really what it's supposed to do. Yep, take care of you. See you later, man. Let's see what we got going on here now. Yeah, session closed. Yep, it's supposed to. I thought I remembered. So in 2 minutes and 15 seconds, I guess, when this candle closes. And that's not right. I want to set that so that it closes exactly on the close of this candle, which is 1500, not the open. Okay. I'll do that. Take care, Ben. I'll see you tomorrow morning. I'll be here until 1:30 or 2, and then depending on what happens with that, who knows. But and I'll be doing some homework and trading whatever tonight. Practice, stuff, not not live real time. Maybe it's going to make a liar out of me. Who knows? It's worsening the outcome, that's for sure. And there it is on session close. Okay. So there we have it. It did what it's supposed to do, but I'm going to change that over to here so that it closes at 3 o'clock. Not on the bar that opens at 3. Okay. All right, cool. All right. Thanks a lot, everyone. Have a great evening. Remember to take care of yourself. Work-life balance is really important, especially with trading. And I will see you at 0800 Central Standard Time in the morning. Be there, be square. Thanks a lot for coming by. Like and subscribe. That's really appreciated, I should say. And contribute in the chat. Anton and Anthony and I get lonesome. See you tomorrow.